Hello everyone, how's it going today? Happy Friday! We are back for some more Lego building, and this time we have the X-Files set. Even has a UFO. But before we do that, we also have Scully's Lab. That was a gift with purchase for getting the X-Files set when it released. More streaking orcs. How's it going, Niagara? A 120 stream streak is pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. It's been a Friday. Well, hopefully that's a good thing. Alright, bag number 3, 1, and 2. Alright. Laundry, creative stuff, so mostly pretty decent. That's good. No, don't roll away. I have been trying to be creative, and the juices just have not been flowing. Just have not been flowing. All right. So I have not actually watched that much X-Files. I think there was like a year where I watched most of it, and then I fell off. It was probably in like the second or third season. So I'm not like super familiar with the X-Files. There is Scully, and we'll zoom in on her in a moment. Howdy, Tom Brown. How's it going? Have I tried Creative Lax? It's like X-Lax for your creative juices when your brain is constipated. Isn't that also called Adderall? No, I've got something that I need to medically figure out, and then once that's done, I'm hoping to see if I need some like ADHD medicine. I'm not hyperactive, but I definitely have attention deficit disorder. You had to take the car into the garage. I need to do the same thing. Took someone to the airport on Monday, and I did not like driving home. The car really started having problems. I mean, like, I don't think it was about to break down, it just was definitely having issues. It's interesting how it has, like, I kind of wonder if it's a heat-related thing. Basically, if you don't remember me talking about it before, or you weren't here, there's a little fly there. The mechanics think that I have a valve sealant issue on the cylinders. And it's not something that's just going to, like, explode. They specifically said that they don't think it'll be a catastrophic failure if I go a while. But I do think that it gets, like, maybe when it heats up and things expand, it is, like, more obvious or something. I don't know. Like it makes the seals less complete or something. I don't know. But it is not fun to drive after a while. So I will probably need to take it in and get some work done, and that is looking at, oh, you know, about $3,000. So that's fun times. I'm really looking forward to having that bill come due. I wasn't planning on getting rid of the car, like, immediately, but I would kind of like to get an EV. But if I sink $3,000 into this car as is, I probably need to keep it for 3 years. You have that for your van, plus over $18,000 for the roof? Oof. Ouch. Well, hopefully some insurance will pay for some of that. I mean, obviously there's no insurance for a valve sealant issue. DJ Birdman bringing us a raid. Let me get you a shout out. Oh, ouch, no insurance. There you go. What were you up to today, DJ Birdman? We are just commiserating over all of our various problems. Howdy, Tyrrell Mox. How's it going? Car had to be jump-started after replacing the battery. You were told you have a bad alternator. Take it to the shop. They couldn't find anything wrong, so they're keeping it overnight to retest in the morning. So either $40 or $1,100. Yeah, I've had the alternator go out on me, too. It's not fun. Luckily, it has just been that. Doing Tekken 8 ranked matches. I hope that was a lot of fun. All I know about Tekken is that it is a fighting game. So we are building Scully's lab right now. We've got the X-Files set to build once that is done. Once this is done, I should say. Got some steps there. And we have a little 1x1 cylinder tile with a fly print. That is extra, actually. There's one hidden back there for some reason. And here is Scully with alternate face print. And a notepad. I don't know what other sets this hair has been in. I don't know that they made hair specifically for Scully, but I don't think I've gotten this hair piece before. So that's pretty nice. Howdy, Lord Canis. How's it going? Alright, bag number 2. Don't make me spray you down with cold water, Lord Canis. I will do it. It is going to be disgustingly not warm here soon, meaning that the air conditioner is not going to run as much as I'd like. Meaning that it is not going to be as comfortable as I like. Howdy, Sealan. How's it going? You'd accept it? Alright. Sounds good. I'll do just that. I have, on occasions, taken cold showers to cool myself off before bed. So you're doing some cow herding? Better than swine herding, I suppose. And we got another streak. So anyway, I mean, like, if I only drive the car for like 5 minutes, you know, 10 minutes, something like that, it's mostly fine. It'll have like a little cough here and there every once in a while, but driving 40 minutes to the airport and 40 minutes back, not fun. So I will have to pick the person up when they come back. Luckily, that's a month away, but I think I might need to get the car fixed before that. And that requires an engine teardown to actually figure out where the problem is. I'm not looking forward to it. Mostly I'm not looking forward to paying for it. That's really the key. You're exhausted. It's been a week. Well, hopefully the weekend will be nice and relaxing, especially once I murder all the players. I mean, PCs. You murder all the PCs, you know. I'm kidding. I just let you guys murder yourselves. That's how it works. So I like the counter and the sink there, nice and depressed, using a 1x1, like a 1x2 tile with center stud to represent a drain. That's pretty nice. I like that. There we go. Some green jars. White 1x1 cylinder tile. I noticed the mold mark was very visible there. There it is. Make sure it's turned around the other way. There we go. A donut for dissection there. And we get the sink spigot. Right there. Okay, we get a black saucer and a white bowl. Right there. A couple clear jars with sand green 1x1 cylinder plates on top. And gray for this one. There we go. Shorty brick there. Howdy, Farron. How's it going? Alright, some cabinets here. And here. Or shelves, I should say. They'll be for cabinets. The X-Files, so where are the rookies with massive plasma holes on their chests? It's X-Files, not XCOM files. Missing a whole word there. One day I will return to that, though. See what they've added to the game, to the mod. Get more people, more viewers killed, you know. As is their lot in life. Alright, 1x1 headlight brick with a 1x1 cylinder plate in white on the back side. Howdy, Bahamut, how's it going? You're putting some groceries away? That's no problem. I mean, to be fair, I did start like a minute early. Well, 5 minutes early or so, I should say. We haven't been streaming that long. Alright, so 2x2 tile with center stud, and another one of these center brackets And we get some clear 1x1 cylinder bricks on the bottom, and on the top we get a pair of shorty bricks. There it is. Complaining about grocery prices? Yeah. They're not going to get better anytime soon, unfortunately. Alright, so we got a shelf there. Then we make another cabinet for the other side. Get some trans neon green cones. Clearly these are samples taken from some Blacktron 2 vehicles. And we have the new 1x1 domes there. Indeed, Tom Brown, indeed. Okay. Actually, let me do this. There we go. Alright, so slide that right on there. And we get some 3x3 corner plates. I wonder if they'll make 3x3 corner plates with just a 1x1 cutout at some point. She was like, I wish a thing of meat didn't cost as much as your mortgage. Her mortgage? Yeah. Alright. So, spare parts. We got a, I believe this is warm tan 1x1 cylinder tile with donut print. 1x1 cylinder tiles in gray, red, and white. 1x1 cylinder plate in sand green. 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud in dark gray. 1x1 plate in dark gray. A black saucer. A clear 1x1 dome. And a black tap, fire extinguisher top piece. Bag number 3. Also, not only is food getting more expensive, but also you gotta worry about it killing you. Yay, E. coli and cyclosporin and everything else like that. Yay. Alright, bag number 3. First of all, the door. There we go. Got that one, and that one. Alright, so we got door handles on both sides. And then we get the window next to it. Okay. So we get some dark gray tiles. Get some white 1x2 ingot tiles. For a few things up on top of the cabinets. Wanting to believe? Yes. Yes, we are. First by building Scully's lab, so that she can do her dissections. Her medical exams, that kind of thing. Alright, trans orange 1x1 cone. And then we get a base for a microscope. With the cells to look at. Okay, and then the microscope arm. Oops. Get it there so it can more easily look down on it. Okay, that goes right there. I'll get a zoom in on all of this in a moment. Wonder I couldn't find the 4L bar. It was stuck under there. Yeah, it is a nice looking microscope. Very simple, and also different from the one that you got with Hank. What's his name? Beast from X-Files in the Marvel set a few years back, which was also a very nice microscope. Hank McCoy, there you go. Pretty sure they've also made a microscope that used binoculars to get, you know, like, rather than the single eye piece, to get a double eye piece. So very cool for that as well. Indeed, although I'm not sure if I'm going to buy that set. Has a lot of stickers, and I don't have an issue per se with stickers. I just I think it would look very plain without putting the stickers on, and I don't know that I want to do that. So I haven't decided yet. I mean, if they do a gift with purchase, which I think they would have by now. There we go. Get a little light on whatever she's working on. Alright, small dome and sand green there. And that goes right on top with another dish. There we go. Alright, so spare parts. Dark gray 1x1 tile. Gray 1x1 cylinder tile. black 1x1 quarter cylinder tile, white 2L bar with stop, clear 1x1 cylinder tile with microscopic cellular amoeba print, dark gray 1x1 cylinder plate, and a clear 1x1 dome. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. So I really like these cabinets back there. They're very nice. There is the microscope with the little amoeba print, which we did get before in another set that had a microscope. Nice examining table, and 2 studs back here so that you can put a minifig on, you know, to do an exam. It's a really nice thought to do that. Just a lot of fun little details back there on the counter. No, slightly different franchise. Howdy, Naruto AI, how's it going? Alright, let's go ahead and zoom on out. So that is Scully's lab. Well, let's go move on to the X-Files set itself. First of all, we have to cut the tape. No blob monster? Well, now you've tempted me to try to make a the blob ideas submission. But which one would I do? Because it's the remake is what I'm familiar with. 8, 6. Let's get this off. All right, 5, 2, 3. But the remake would be a little bit on the disgusting side for a Lego set, I think. 10, 7. There's 1. 9. 12. We got 2 just loose parts in there. The instruction booklet, which I'm going to put aside so that we can look at the stickers. Yes, the 1988 Blob, which is a very, very, very good horror movie. If you like horror, I highly recommend it. Split the difference and do the thing. I'll do the Pingu thing. Thingu, I think is what they called it. which is adorable and gross at the same time. Alright. Where's my mouse cursor? There it is. Alright, let's see. Meet the LEGO fan designer. Brent Waller, LEGO Ideas name Wetwired, is a truly gifted fan designer from Brisbane, Australia. With this winning contribution to the Build Your Nostalgia 90s Throwback Challenge, he is the first ever to have 3 LEGO Ideas models released as official sets. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Howdy, Vibra Bunny, how's it going? LEGO building is my creative outlet and a way to challenge my skills. During the 90s, I grew out of my LEGO childhood and moved on to computers, basketball, music, and the X-Files. From the moment I saw an ad for the show, I was hooked. I first created Mulder's Office in 2015, shared it on my Flickr page, and it went viral. Fast forward to 2019, I made some improvements and submitted it to LEGO Ideas. It reached 10,000 votes, but ultimately wasn't selected. For this challenge, 2025, I wanted to create a build that encompassed the show in one easily recognizable design, with familiar recurring elements. A spooky forest, aliens, and a UFO inspired by the alien. By the alien recovered vehicle from Season 1, Episode 2. Seeing it released is amazing. I am still pinching myself. The feedback I've had from the X-Files and LEGO fan communities is what I will remember most. We get some pictures of the submissions. The truth is out there. Premiering in 1993, The X-Files quickly turned into a global cultural phenomenon. With each new case that FBI agents Dana Scully and Fox Mulder investigated, audiences encountered something truly unique for TV. The series delved into a wide range of supernatural subjects, intriguing characters, and exceptional antagonists. But its central hook was an elaborate government conspiracy surrounding the possible presence of extraterrestrial life. Storylines inspired by actual documented accounts lent the show an air of credibility, and every episode left us wondering just how much it could have happened. How much of it could have happened. If the truth about alien life was finally about to be revealed, we wanted a front row seat. Along the way, we became invested in Mulder's mission, driven by the childhood trauma of witnessing the apparent alien abduction of his sister. Scully, initially assigned to the X-Files to debunk Mulder's work, gradually saw her rational, scientific worldview challenged, causing her to question her own beliefs. Sorry, nobody's down here but the FBI's most wanted, Fox Mulder. A brick remake of a smash hit. Brent Waller's fan model celebrates the X-Files by combining 2 dioramas in a creative way. The forest UFO scene above, with Fox Mulder's basement office at the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. below. Framed as if the office is in a cavern beneath the forest floor. It allows the 2 scenes to coexist in the same space. In this version, you can display them stacked side by side, or in separate rooms entirely. Mulder's desk section can be removed and displayed as a vignette, and you can pose LEGO minifigure characters to recreate memorable scenes from the series. From the LEGO design team. Contrary to Mulder and Scully's investigations, in our work as LEGO designers, the laws of physics do apply. Well, usually. But that wasn't going to stop us from building a hovering UFO. The triangular shape with 60-degree angles posed unique design challenges. We locked the outer shell to the core using a clever technique. 3 golden rings function as spacers to keep the core perfectly centered. In addition, flexible spike elements fill the upper contours to create a 3-sided pyramid. We carefully studied the proportions of Mulder's office and designed it to roughly match minifigure scale. It reflects his characteristically controlled chaos of files, folders, books, and boxes stacked just about everywhere, and the iconic I Want to Believe poster. And you'll find nods to specific episodes, characters, and plot points. For example, one of the VHS tapes in Mulder's office is Brent's favorite X-Files episode, Wetwired. He liked the episode so much he even used the title as his LEGO Ideas name. Now, are you ready to believe? Alright, first of all, we have another Scully. There we go. And then let's make her Flashlight. Which we get some nice clear cones for. There we go. And start out the build. We have a lot of 6x6 plates. You're gonna guess Mulder's poster is a sticker? I actually suspect that's gonna be a print. I think there's gonna be some prints in this. I remember very, 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 very few of the episodes that I actually saw. I don't remember why I didn't watch it much. Like, I think it may have been, like, up against other things that I wanted to watch more. Like, that would explain why I didn't watch it too much, because it's up my alley. Alright, 3 gray. Groove 1x4s. Yeah. But, like, I don't remember what I was watching instead. I'd have to go back and look. Honestly, the bigger shock about the X-Files is that it stayed on the air more than one season, considering that most shows on Fox didn't seem to last that long. Now Netflix is the primary season 1 killer platform. Someone had to maintain that curse, I suppose. There we go. Two by twos and 1x4s. Like, someone shared a early 80s or mid 80s TV show that I'd never heard of. The opening song for, and I was like, huh. I wonder why I didn't know anything about this. And then someone else shared, like, a TV listing of what time it was on at the time. And it was on, like, 10 p.m. or something like that. Or maybe it was 9 p.m. I forget exactly what. But at that time, my bedtime was 8:30. And I know that because it was always right in the middle of Murder, She Wrote. Never got to finish Murder, She Wrote episodes as a kid. It's terrible. I always had to go to bed. Lots of tiles here. But it was a very weird show that people were that got shared. It had Joe Pesci as a former New York cop in L.A. solving mysteries as like security for, you know, celebrities. It was called Half Nelson because he was short. And it was a very bizarre show. The opening is just like him driving through L.A. I'd say it almost like lollygagging, just like his head going every way, you know, looking all around in a very unnatural way. Like, looking at everything and being amazed at everything. And it's kind of creepy, actually. Yeah, it was called Half Nelson. Take a look at the cast list for it. If you look it up. It is bizarre. Okay, then over here, some plates. Because also the like the way the cast was introduced in the opening, it felt like a joke. It felt like an SNL skit. People were comparing it to Too Many Cooks. Shot like Sledgehammer? I have never seen Sledgehammer. Alright. Bag number 1 done. Spare parts. We've got a black 1x1 cylinder plate with a hollow stud, black 2L bar with stop, a dark gray 1x1 tile, and a clear 1x1 cylinder tile with a beetle print. Bag number 2. Like, I would actually recommend, like, going to YouTube and doing a search for Half Nelson opening and watching that like, the parade of credits. It is truly bizarre. And exactly who is in the credits is also kind of amazing. Yeah, I watched a bit of Warehouse 13. I don't think probably first 3 seasons or something like that. I think I fell off that one as well. Again, probably because there were other things that I wanted to watch in that time slot or something. I don't remember. Alright, let's build some furniture. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Like, I honestly don't remember quitting shows because I didn't like them. I mostly remember quitting shows because they were on at times that conflicted with other things. Why didn't I just open another tab? I'm confused. I'm assuming it's a joke, but I'm confused. For legal reasons, that was a joke. When Sci-Fi Channel did good things, yes. Like Eureka. I really enjoyed Eureka. I have bought Diet Mountain Dew twice in my life. Thank you very much. Do not slander me with saying that I regularly bought Diet Mountain Dew, sir. I think Tab still exists. White 1x1 plate. All right. Right under there. Goes on there for a cabinet. Yeah, Diet Mountain Dew is not good. Zero Sugar Mountain Dew is pretty good. It's not as good as regular, but you also get used to it. But Diet Mountain Dew, like, there's a big difference between Zero Sugar Mountain Dew and Diet Mountain Dew. Apparently Tab was discontinued in 2020. You know, that would probably be why I thought it was still around. I've never had it before, but I do remember seeing it around. I did notice in that picture of the menu you showed, Bahamut, of the new looking for dark red and dark blue. That new burger shop, that they had Moxie, which is not a soda sold here on the East Coast. So I was amused by that. That is the origin of the, you know, I think it was Mary Tyler Moore show. You've got Moxie. I hate Moxie or something like that. Or was that Spunk? No, that was Spunk, wasn't it? I mean, it's a photo you took, Bahamut. No one on the server who has been there for any amount of time is going to think that's advertising. Mary Tyler Moore was Spunk. Okay. Was there a similar one for Moxie? Or am I just, like, confusing the general term? I might just be confusing the general term. Okay. That goes in right there. So we've got a whole bunch of books there in the cabinets. Okay, turning it around. Ooh, stomach bug. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, it could be a fun one-time thing, or just let's do something nice. I don't think I would have a burger that's $28. I think that's what it was. That's like, for $28, I don't want a burger. You know, like a burger is I consider a burger to be inexpensive. There is like no burger that's going to be worth that much. I would rather have my meat and stuff prepared another way at that price. Alright. Now we turn it around. Okay, our first sticker. Let's actually open this up so that we can look at the sticker, even though I'm not going to put it on. Seven, right? Yep. So it's just zeros and ones. I wonder if you put the, like, I really do wonder if that's gonna be, like, ASCII for something. Beef tartares. You're gonna spend that much? You want someone to actually be cooking it? I have never had that, and I don't know that I would want that. I think that I'm like you. I want it cooked. They finish this stupidly sized burger and fries within an hour and get it free? Oh man, I am pretty sure I could do that. I can pack away a lot of food. I will probably regret it afterwards, but I can put away a lot of food. Oops. Onto that one. That is a printed tile. There we go. You'd try it, but only at a very reputable restaurant? I mean, I'd be willing to try it too, as in, like, if someone else is like, I'm getting this, I'll let you have a bite. But if they can make that, then they can make other foods too that I know I would like more. That's the thing for me, is like we have a local pizza chain, well, a couple of local chains, obviously, but the one that I'm thinking of is Lido Pizza. I love Lido Pizza. I love their pizzas. Their pizzas are amazing. They're delicious. I'm sure they're not for everyone, but I think they're great. I've definitely heard people scoff at them, but they're wrong. Anyway, they have a lot of other stuff on the menu too that sounds really good, really delicious, but I'm like never going to try it because every time I go there, I want the pizza. You know how that goes? Alright, so here we have a print of an airline ticket. This is probably debuted in... That is the wrong thing. In one of the airport sets. There's an airport set for minifigs and mini dolls, Friends and City one that probably started out in. That goes there. Well, technically it goes that way. You've watched food eating challenges because sometimes you watch Beard Meets Food where this guy tries food challenges. I don't really have a desire to try food challenges myself. Like, it's not... I would rather... I don't like intentionally overeat. I overeat for other reasons. And that just feels like gluttony to me. Not as a criticism of the people who do it. That's just me. I choose not to do that kind of thing. But I was left with a whole lot of peaches, like sliced peaches in syrup. So I'm gonna make some cobbler with that. Maybe this weekend, maybe early next week. I think I have everything for it, but I'm going to the grocery store next week, so... But I also have a lot of peaches, so... I may have to make multiple cobblers. So Old Wizardry 6, since it is the beginning of the final trilogy in the series, is a good showcase of how one of the MacGuffin items of said trilogy can cause a lot of damage if in the wrong hands. Oh, I'm sure. It's been on my list of maybe I will play this one day for a while. Okay, that goes right there. How long is that list? Very long. It's also mental, so it's very easy to forget things. So we've got a VHS tape here. Shakes all until the list reshuffles. Realms of Arcania seems completely out there as an option for people. You don't think many people know about it? I've heard of it. But isn't it like Amiga? Like, I've done very little... I've done a very little amount of Amiga... Oops. Emulation, and, not a... I don't know. It is a pain in the butt to set up and everything. Well, yeah, but they're, like, some of those games are genuinely better on the Amiga. I would want to play that kind of thing. Alright, spare parts. Bright yellow and brown 1x1 tiles, white 1x1 plate, and a clear 1x1 cylinder tile with amoeba print. Bag number 3. The Amiga games that I've played are Starflight and War in Middle-earth. Yeah, that's why I played the Amiga version of War in Middle-earth. It's in my LP for that game. First, I played the DOS version that I knew. Then I played, and that's EGA graphics, no audio, or no significant audio, no music. Then I played the MCGA DOS version, which is 256 colors. It's basically VGA graphics, but not the VGA chipset. And it, like, unlike EGA, is not really backwards compatible. You know, it's like not compatible with VGA. You had to have an MCGA card. You couldn't use a VGA card, kind of thing. It was very proprietary, very limited period of time before VGA came out and was basically clearly superior. So, obviously never got to play that, and then I played the Amiga version, which had music and other sounds. That is not the thing to zoom in. Here's the guy whose actor I always recognize every time he's in something, and I'm like, it's that guy from the X-Files. Boulder's boss. I can never remember his name, but I always recognize him. Licensed Devo music, which is awesome, except for, you know, streaming and broadcasting. Yeah, right, Skinner. Skinner is always in my head, but at the same time, it's like... Am I thinking of an X-Files character, or am I thinking of Principal Skinner from The Simpsons? Kind of thing. It's like that one guy you saw in Star Trek Voyager that also appeared in the Stargate TV series. Yeah, it is fun to recognize character actors from a particular thing, and then always associate them with that. I will note that Stargate, at least for the first, I think, 4 seasons, had Aiko's second voice from Project Aiko. Alright, it is indeed a print, not a sticker, and it is so important that I figured that they would print it, and they did in fact. I want to believe. Get that there. Howdy, Gnosis Doc. How's it going? Stargate. Why isn't MacGyver MacGyvering? I know, right? No, it's not a double-sided stud, but it is a 2x2 radar dish on top. I'm not sure... It might just be a 1x1 cylinder plate. I don't think I have a 2x2 radar dish in here, do I? Because they don't usually give those as extras. No. If we get a 2x2 radar dish, I'll show off what it is. How did X-Files get on LEGO? It's a LEGO Ideas, so a fan submission that won a contest, and so they made it into a set. One fun thing about these 2x2, like the 1x2 by 1 and 2 plates with 4 side studs, like this is the standard way. You can also do like this, and now you've got studs on the sides. You can do this. Now you've got studs on the bottom as well, so you can do all kinds of fun things with that. Can we encourage LEGO Idea fan submissions to not do licenses? You can, but like they are looking at like every 2 to 3 times per year they do a roundup of all of the submissions that have won and or that have got not won but gotten to 10,000 supporters. And then they announce which ones they're going to make into sets. And that the number of submissions that has been getting into that batch, the review process, has been going up. They've had like 40, 50, 70. I think they one time had 70 submissions in that period. And then they go through, and then they make 1, 2, 3, maybe, if they really like them, into actual sets. So not that many are gonna get turned into sets. And the thing about a licensed set is that has a built-in audience. Like, people recognize it, people know what it is, and stuff like that. But there are other things that have gotten through the process. But yeah, I mean, it's like licensed sets have an audience already. They're going to do a lot of licensed sets. That's just the way it is. Howdy, Green King Dog. How's it going? All right. So, let's see. 2. It is probably a reference to one that I don't know. It's a gray Lego minifig. I don't know if that's supposed to be in space or in water or what. And then the other one is the crop circle one. Those are what's going up on this, what I assume is a pegboard. It's right there. Oh, yeah! That's right! That is what that is. That is the supposed face on Mars that we very quickly discovered was not that. It was not a face. It was a trick of light and shadow. Thank you for recognizing that. I was not putting that together. Oh, I mean, it spawned like tons of stuff. I mean, the location of it is also Cydonia, which is where, like, that's the area that it's called. That is also where, you know, the XCOM final fight is. So, you know. These damn sectoids, I know, right? That is 5 and 4. In a conspiracy that NASA was covering up something when they said it was a trick of the light. I mean, there are pictures to show that NASA's correct. Of course, there are people who will never, ever believe, and it's kind of a problem. Alright, so, 4 is the... God, I need, like, a magnifying glass. It's not even really coming out on video, I think. But a headline, Hidden Frogs, and it is a Lego frog. I love that. The Something Brickman. Cydonia is named after an ancient Cretan city-state. Yes. There's a lot of locations on Mars and Venus that are named after real places, real people, mythological figures, that kind of thing. And then we've got a view of some planets. That's what the second one is. Alright, and this goes right there. Alright, we get a white 2x2x2 crate, which I don't know that I've gotten before. And a minifig head with globe. Globe print. Some scrolls. Rolled up things, papers. Let's see. 2 and 2. There we go. And others as well. Four L and 3L bars in there. Alright. Technic 1x2 brick and 1x2 tile with center stud. We have some trans black window panes. Would be cool if the face was real. I mean, that would pretty clearly indicate that aliens were real. We got some Technic friction pins here. There we go. So we got... Oh, I can do 2 of these. Jeez. Alright. Missed that. I don't think there's much thought about Venus. Well, no, actually Venus probably does, because it has pretty substantial storms. I think Venus is probably out as a possibility of once having life. Too hot, too high pressure, too many chemicals. Mars probably did. It certainly had the environment for it for a time. Venus has the problem of all the dinosaurs and giant frogs. Well, but those are engineered. Aliens are real. It was in the X-Files. Well, I mean, obviously aliens are real. It's more of a question of whether they have visited us. Don't forget the Jovian flying whales. Yeah, but that happened pretty early, I think. I don't know, it's been a while since I've read up on Venusian ecology. Alright, there we go. Get that filing cabinet there, that filing cabinet there. Get a white 1x1 tile. In there. You know what? I think I just pull this off. you look to see how expensive the 25th century game books are? Probably not cheap. I've gotten a few scans of some of them, and it's pretty interesting, especially if you want some flexible AD&D rules. And then in here we get some very, very large sunflower seeds. But that's another food tile for us to have. I do like getting food tiles. Drive-Thru RPG does not have them. There are no legitimate scans of Buck Rogers in the 25th century RPG. It's also why they're not on GOG either, because it's a licensing nightmare. Whatever license TSR had has most definitely expired by now. So not only do you need the license for the original material, which, to be fair, GOG probably has for the games, and Wizards of the Coast probably has for the books, but then they need to license the Buck Rogers IP again. Alright, spare parts. We got a 3L bar in white, red friction half pin, 1x1 tiles in gray, white, and warm tan, and a beige 1x1 cylinder tile with sunflower seed print. Get in there, please. Thank you. Now, one thing that I was hoping to get out of the Buck Rogers material that I have looked at was like new monsters. You know, basically like, hey, you know, they've got these Jennies. You know, genetically engineered creatures and animals. Maybe they will have a Monstrous Compendium style entry for them. And turns out, for the most part, they don't. I was rather disappointed. Now, I haven't read too many of the actual adventure material. So I don't know if those might have them. The main Buck Rogers box set kind of has a, you know, here's the procedure for creating Jennies. So I'm not sure what character this guy is. He's got a little bit of a beard just on the bottom of his chin. Like I said, I have not watched that much X-Files. You'd like to see the mechanics Ald crows about? I don't crow about it. I do. So, okay. The main mechanics of the game is AD&D First Edition. That is the main mechanics. What it does interesting is it has a robust skill system that allows for easy improvement. They're basically all treated like second edition thief skills, and I think that's a pretty good way of doing it. What I don't like is that there are, like, you start out with your skills very low, and that's a little bit of an issue. You know, if you grew up on a farm, you should probably have a higher skill than like 20% kind of thing, you know? But that aside, it also has a system for awarding XP based on the difficulty of a challenge and what they modifier to your check is. So if I was to make an AD&D 3rd edition, I would adapt that to my AD&D 3rd edition, and just figure something out. The system always finds mildly interesting. That's fair. One fun thing that I did find in going through the main book, it has an equipment section, and it has some pictures for some of the equipment. And one of the air car, I think it was an air car, images, is from Zeta Gundam. It is straight out of Zeta Gundam. 100% Zeta Gundam. There is no possibility that it is not from Zeta Gundam. There's no possibility that it is, like, just a coincidence. What next, McDonald's? Maybe. For those who have watched Zeta Gundam, you would recognize it as the small capsule that shows up in 0083 as well. Rekua takes to get to Earth. Kind of a triangular, one-person little craft, escape pod. I think in Zeta it's really not powered. I think it's just supposed to be... I mean, it probably has some power, but it is primarily about, you know, a re-entry vehicle. I mean, if you're gonna steal from the best, right? So we have another VHS tape there. Technically, it's supposed to be a stack of 2. I need to go through the other stuff and look to see what else might have been yoinked, and see if I can figure out who did the yoinking. Because again, like, Zeta Gundam is what, 86? And this was an 88, 89 TSR product? Something like that? It's a pretty quick turnaround. I do know that there were a bunch of anime fans at TSR at the time, though. Not be like poor Fasa, who technically didn't steal anything from MechWarrior. They just paid the wrong company. And again, to be fair to Fasa, no one really knew at the time who owned what. I mean, like, it is a mess for a reason. Like, the licensing on that stuff was a mess. Just an absolute mess. '88 according to Wikipedia. There you go. Okay, so we have we got this tile in the greenhouse. That goes in there, and then a gold minifig medallion. I'll go ahead and zoom in on both of those. Go ahead and get these on first, because that happened. Okay, there we go. Fun little cabinets with some mementos. Wait a second. I actually want to turn this one, because, want the minifig head up, right? There we go. I mean, at the same time, like, Harmony Gold and FASA could have worked that out, but Harmony Gold was not really in the business of working things out with anyone. So we got some nice cabinets there. Harmony Gold deserves credit for, you know, bringing anime to a wider audience, even if they did it in the way that they had to. But also, they could have not been so dickish about how they treated both the Japanese company and, you know, other American companies. Okay, got a sextant there. Gets right up there. And then we have Antarctica. Oh, you know, okay, I bet this is from the various Arctic sets. I guess in some of their cases they're in Antarctica. Trying to figure out on here. Okay. That actually goes there. So, pretty neat there. I have not seen that tile before, because I haven't gotten a whole lot of those sets. Alright, and there we go. Get our doorknob on there. Alright, some more bricks in the back corner. So I've liked a lot of those Arctic sets. They're just tend to be a little bit on the pricier side. Some of them have large pieces and stuff like that. So I haven't gotten many of them. Secretly moves Antarctica further north. Wow, rude. Oh, also, I'm pretty sure the I Want to Believe saucer basically looks like this. Except with a black 1x1. Actually, you know what? Let's do a solid one rather than clear one. There we go. Let's do a little comparison here. See if I can match that up. It would help if I had some tweezers. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Kind of at that angle. What was once a lush jungle is now a barren, windblastic Arctic wasteland? Well, it's not a wasteland. It's just Arctic. It will one day be more something else again. Not in any of our lifetimes. Possibly not even in humankind's lifetime. Rare Lego head map projection. It's a globe. Okay, and then we get a lamp. It's a robot arm. I would love it if the lamp in the show was actually the model they used for the poster. That would be like perfect. Okay, so it's going to be going this way. All right. This is the bottom here. Alright, so we get another one of these. The tiles from the botanical garden. Then we get a clock tile. Would have laughed if the lamp was the lamp from the Brave Little Toaster. Lampy! I love the Brave Little Toaster. Such a great movie. And also, incredibly messed up when you, if you actually think about it. I don't think Antarctica is named by Greeks who took a wild guess that the South wouldn't have bears, per se. I think I think it is just supposed to be, like, there's Arctica, the Arctic, because there's bears up there, and Antarctica is the opposite of that. They were naming something that they didn't know would exist, but they suspected it existed. Yeah, I mean, well, it's different lands for the same kind of concept, different names for the same kind of concept. Such a great, terrifying kids animated show. It didn't bother me when I was a kid. I loved it. But I also loved Watership Down, so, you know. Take all that with a grain of salt. I may not have been the best judge of what was and was not terrifying for children. So all admits to be evil. I bet he laughed at plague dogs. I've only seen it once. I need to watch it again. And I did not watch it as a kid. Howdy, Kinshire. How's it going? Also, I didn't laugh at those movies. I just enjoyed them. I enjoyed the good story that they presented. And they do have great stories. Both Watership Down and Brave Little Toaster. Munchied pizza and boneless wings? Mmm. I have some breadsticks. I should make those after I finish streaming. Okay, so that's it. Spare parts, 1x1 plates in gray, beige, and dark red. 1x1 pyramid peak slope in beige. 1x1 cylinder plates in brushed silver and clear. 1x1, not 1x1, gold microfig. 1x1 cylinder tile with top peg in black. Straight robot arm with alternating clips. 1x1 tile in beige with plant information print. Gray 1x1 tile with kind of looks like what always has kind of looked like a D-pad print to me. And then gold 1x1 cylinder tiles with a compass, a clock, and a minifig head in like a decorative circle, which kind of reminds me of like Mesoamerican type art. All right. Bag number 5. Man, I want to rewatch Brave Little Toaster again. Guessing that minifig icon is the gold coin from the Pirates of the Caribbean says, oh yeah, that might be. If they could, they might not be able to reuse that print though. I don't know. Maybe they can because it's a minifig. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I can find it streaming. I'll have to look. Maybe I will look after the game tomorrow. Right, but the wands are not like they couldn't reuse Darth Vader's helmet outside of a set. The wands are just a you know, like it's a stick of plastic. It doesn't really look like the wands in Harry Potter media because they tend to be like a little bit more gnarled and stuff like that. From what I recall, it's been a while since I watched any of the movies. And I have no plans to rewatch them again. There was a recent Harry Potter set that had some unique wands, and those I don't think will show up elsewhere. Like, they do say, like, no licensed parts in most of the, you know, ideas submissions and stuff like that. They also say, well, they also don't have them in Pick-a-Brick either, so... Yeah, but again, it's a very simple thing. You know, it's a very simple mold. And I think that's what kind of frees them to do some of that. Kind of depends on how detailed the part is, how specific it is, how you like how IP it is, I guess. And a lot of those are not very IP. I think the first 3 movies, the wands were more like the Lego ones. They only got funky after the 4th movie, aesthetics change. Oh, maybe that's it. I don't know. I mean, early Lego Harry Potter sets used I think the 4L bars. Or did they... No. Maybe that's why they came out with the 3Ls. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look at some of the pictures of the old sets. Yeah, the lightsaber hilt doesn't look like a particular lightsaber. There are some that I don't think have gotten the reuse treatment. Like the one that has the two lightsaber beams sticking out the side, that hasn't gotten a reuse. What was it? Count Dooku had that curved one. That hasn't gotten a reuse. But the standard lightsaber hilts do. Because they're just a generic, kind of a generic piece. So it very much depends on how IP it is. This is a terrible name, yeah. I mean, they had to know that every teenager who watched those movies was going to be like, Dooku, Dooku. I was certainly thinking it. Okie dokie dookie. Alright, we have a dark blue 1x1 tile that I think is a compass. Let's get that in there. And then a standard dial print. Go ahead and zoom in on these in a second. I love gummy bears. I love gummy bears. It's so good. Okie dokie dookie. Alright, so we get a little bit of the light. There's a little light on the front of my camera to indicate that it's on, which of course I can never see. But sometimes it gets picked up in the reflections. Anyway, a little bit of a compass, I think. I don't know what that's from. And then just your standard dial, which is in everything. At least they made him a count, not a duke. Duke Dookie. Or Duke Dooku. Don't make you put the Gummy Bears theme in Musical Asylum again? Hey, you're welcome to. I've certainly posted the same song multiple times. I mean, it's close enough to a Toto song for me, as far as I'm concerned. You wish there was more high adventure that's beyond compare these days? I agree. Alright, let's turn it around. I did recently, I mean, I think it was like half a year ago at this point, but I did finally watch The Black Cauldron, the Disney movie. And let me say, that is a book series that I would love a serious attempt to turn into a live-action, prestige drama. I think you could do it. I think it's good enough, even though it is aimed at, you know, as a book series aimed at children. All right, so we got a B print. There we go. And I definitely agree with Lloyd Alexander. It's not his books, but it's a pretty good movie. If you can separate that thought kind of thing. All right. Red 2x2. And black 2x3. Stickers will go on those. And so I think that's supposed to be like a seal, like the seal of the FBI or something like that, but with a brick there. I like that. And then, of course, a picture of an astronaut on the moon, specifically a minifigure astronaut. I heartily approve. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand why it's a PG movie. the first Disney animated PG movie. I think it's a real shame that it bombed at the box office. I think it's a crying shame, honestly. It deserved more. But it also could have been better, so there is that too. Alright, so we've got 1x4 tiles, slopes, which are not the same angle as the 1x6s, which these are the same angle as the very long 6x8 slopes. These do not match up these either. And of course they're not going to match up with these. So I don't think there's anything else that matches up with these slopes right now. You think like the black hole wasn't what people were expecting going to a Walt Disney picture? That's part of it, definitely. The High King is the first novel I read where I cried. And I suspect that if you know, you know. Oh, I didn't realize the angle on this was the same there. All right. It was the first book I read that I cried in. Cried while reading it. That's how good it is. I mean, the black hole also has some other problems going for it. Some of the special effects don't hold up even for the time, I think. And there's definitely some elements of, like... I mean, the ending is pretty messed up, but I don't think the ending is going to you know, like, that's... I mean, I suppose that might cut down on word of mouth, but, like, you got to get all the way through to the ending to have an opinion on the ending. Now, it was great, like, I had not seen that as a child. I watched that fairly recently. It was great to see Perkins. What's his first name? Perkins. The guy in Psycho. It was great to see him in another movie, a normal movie. Anthony Perkins, thank you. Blanked on his name there. Because I have not seen him in many things other than the Psycho franchise, you know? And then, of course, Maximilian Schell. Always great. I always enjoy seeing him in a movie. You haven't seen it since you were a child? Need to see it again? It's a very weird movie. The ending especially. Alright, so spare parts, they're all printed. So we have a gray 1x1 cylinder plate, cylinder tile with dial print, a gauge print. Clear 1x1 cylinder tile with a B, and a dark blue 1x1 tile with what I think is a compass. All right, bag number 6. You just got done watching Kingdom of the Spiders the other day? that movie, that is a special movie. Yeah, Ernest Borgnine is in Black Hole. It's always a pleasure to see Ernest Borgnine on the screen as well. If you want a nice surprise seeing Ernest Borgnine, Bad Day at Black Rock, which is a great movie. Like a really good movie. Kind of, I think it's neo-noir. Or just noir, I'm not sure. You don't know what to say about Kingdom of Spiders? Kingdom of Spiders? I mean, there's a reason why it's been riff-traxed. I will say it's better as a horror movie than the other Star Trek alum horror movie, Night of the Lepus. It's pretty common, unfortunately, Gilded Tongue, when they write someone out and then they kill them off. It's a neo-western. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I think neo-noir also works for it. Or noir. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at exactly what they define neo-noir versus noir. But Bad Day at Black Rock is a very, very good movie. I highly, highly recommend it. It is one of those movies where, like, I think I'd vaguely heard of it, and of course, when I hear Black Rock, I think Ultima 7. And I think it came on, I think I was watching Turner Classic Movies when I first saw it. So they talk, you know, they talk a bit about the movies before they actually start them. And you know, the description of it was to a certain extent like, all right. I mean, they're talking about it. They're giving their usual fluff, and it's not really fluff, but they're praising the movie because, of course, they're going to praise a movie that they're showing, right? And then I watched it and I was like, damn, that was good. They were not fluffing that movie up. They were describing it accurately. So I recommend it. I think the horror movie you find interesting is Prophecy. The one with the mutated bear. Oh, yes, I love that movie. I love that movie. That is a messed up movie. It has Armand Assante in it, too. I always enjoy seeing Armand Assante in a movie. So it's Prophecy rather than The Prophecy. That's the difference between those two. Name-wise. Obviously, there's a few other differences, too. So I think I saw Prophecy on TV the first time. I'm not sure who's in The Prophecy. I'm not sure that I've seen it, so I don't know that I know who's in it. But I didn't know what movie it was that I saw, because I think it was just like watched a random movie on cable or something like that, and I think I'd missed like the beginning. So it was just this like gory, and they probably cut some of the gore out on whatever channel I was watching it on. Just like a bear, monstrous bear, 70s horror movie. The bear, it has a comic book? I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. Lots of things have gotten comic books over the years. There's Grizzly, yeah. Grizzly is a different movie, and that's... Prophecy is a good bear horror movie. Grizzly is a bad bear horror movie. And Grizzly 2 is an even worse bear horror movie. Despite who is in it. What was it? So I watched Grizzly not too long ago, and I was kind of flabbergasted by how bad it was. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I think it was just like the ineptitude of the people trying to kill the bear, trying to fight, eliminate the bear. I think that might have been what it was. They were just like really inept. Comic has nothing to do with the Mutated Bear movie? I guess it's not related then, huh? There was a novel. Well, I mean, they were doing novels of everything back then. Like, I've never read it, but I own the novelization of Hook. Someone got it for me, and I was like, I didn't even really care for the movie. Why was I given this? I don't know. So I just never read it. It's around here somewhere. I don't think I got rid of it. There is the tiling for all of that. And let's go ahead and make the seat. Yay, spinning chair! You had a novelization of Aliens? I mean, what I really liked was the novelization for Jurassic Park. That was a pretty good novelization. Gets dizzy, falls over. I mean, what else are you supposed to do with a spinny chair, right? Races? Yeah, but if you only have one. Yeah, it was a weird choice to do that in the novelization of Jurassic Park, the movie, to kill off John Hammond when he didn't die in the movie. It's very weird. Okay, so here we have our comfy chair. Go ahead and zoom in on that. So I think it was near the end of the book, and yes, I know it wasn't the novelization. I was hoping to troll some people. Oh yeah, Lost World was a much better book than movie. Hammond is surprised the kids start playing with the PA system near the end, and he basically like trips and falls and die and gets like trips and falls to his death, I think, if I remember correctly. It has been a while since I read it, but it is something to that effect of like I specifically remember the kids playing with the PA system, and they surprised him. But I mean, you can't kill off an Attenborough, right? Yes. I mean, the thing is, like, he got killed in the book as essentially punishment for what he wrought. But they can't do that in the movie because it's Hammond. Michael Crichton also did your mom's favorite medical show, too? I think you mean the best medical show, with the possible exception of The Pit, which was intended to be a sequel to ER. That's there. I mean, ER really only got greenlit because of Jurassic Park, pretty much. A desk lamp. Interesting that he doesn't have an ink blotter. And then on this red one, the sticker. I can zoom in. There we go. X-File. We have a file folder. Go on the top. People still complain that most of the dinos aren't even Jurassic. Well, it's a park name. Yeah, but I mean, like, Crichton had already written, like, he'd already had movies made. Andromeda Strain was one of his books that he got made into a movie. So, like, people knew him for scripts, and kind of like sci-fi scripts. And then along comes, you know, ER, and it kind of surprised people. It did me. Yeah, dinosaurs having feathers wasn't the consensus at the time, though. I mean, yeah, but it was very, very sci-fi still. And it's not ER medical, either. Okay, so we got a pair of chairs in front of his desk. And we have "The Truth is Out There" printed on a tile. 2x6 tile. And that will go right on there. And that slides right in there. Alright, spare parts. We got a warm tan 1x1 cylinder plate. Or is that dark orange? That is dark orange, actually. A gold 1x1 plate flower. A gray 1x1 plate. Dark gray 1x1 plate, I'm sorry. A gray 1x1 cylinder plate with bar. And a black 1x1 cylinder plate with underclip. I've not actually read the Andromeda Strain. I don't think I've read any of Michael Crichton's other books other than Jurassic Park and The Lost World, actually. I read those because they're dinosaurs. I was a dinosaur kid as a, you know. All about the dinos. You're aghast at this revelation? I mean, you would think I would have read Timeline, but I think the movie turned me off to that book. Oh, The Great Train Robbery is his? I did not know that. That's a good movie, too. You'd be a ghoul, but you have too many hit dice. Do you, though? I don't know. Let's fight you to check, because then I'll get some XP. Okay, and we get a weird monster. I have no idea what this monster is from. I mean, like what episode or anything. It is not one that I recognize. Got a weird mouth. It is not the Michelin Man, no. I would enjoy a Michelin Man minifig, though. That would be fun. You recognize the monster? Ah, I see. Alright, I see something. The name isn't coming to your brain. Okay, I was a little incorrect on the shape of the UFO, because this is the UFO in the poster. So the 2x2 radar dish and then a gray saucer. So that is the UFO. And then we have basically a little diorama in here. Some green for trees. The Fluke Man, I don't know what that is. I will have to ask an X-Files expert I know. Oh, that's what the, okay. I was trying to read that word. It's the Lone Brickman. Because it's the Lone Gunman. I remember them from the show. And of course they got their own show. But I had I'd forgotten the name of it. And it finally came to me. Oh, oops, actually. Also, there, and there. Human mixed with flatworm, huh? Interesting. Apparently it was from the episode The Host in Season 2. Well, I have obviously not seen that episode. Or at least not enough to remember that creature. Interesting how we have beige here, then gray, then dark gray. Alright. 2x4. 2x4. And then we get our wedge plates. Green 2x2 corner. And then lots of brown tile. Brown plates. 6x6 plates. Getting a lot of plates in this set. I don't know what this hole is for. I mean, unless we put a light in there to hang down on the office. Well, at least it doesn't turn them into zombies like tentaculants and chrysalids. That's always worse. Our favorite aliens, I know, right? It's pretty great how they successfully made something terrifying to a player. Bring joy and surprise, mostly surprise. Lots and lots of surprise. Okay, so that explains why that's there. You're salty about being in Kiko's first XCOM stream and then getting taken out by an alien in the third stream? I mean, it's gonna happen. It is XCOM. How many times did I lose you in mine? You missed something you suspect while you watched that BlackRock trailer? Maybe. I don't know how long you've been doing that. It's a good movie, though. You should definitely watch it. What makes it salty was that the tank didn't get targeted, and yet the alien was like, Bahamut, shotgun. Sometimes they like the soft targets. Thea 2, not Thera 2. All right, spare parts. We got a black roller skate, gray saucer, and a bright green 1x1 cylinder plate. The pickles just drew you in, didn't they? It was all the pickles. You guys are terrible. Kaylee's not dancing for pickles. She's trying to escape them. But you've put all the pickles around. Kaylee would never dance for pickles. You're forcing her to do that. It's terrible. I was pickled Tink. Alright, get some dark green back here to start. It's always nice to get dark green. I do have another set to build that is dark green, very, very dark green. Looking forward to it. Ooh, that's new. We accept this currency and trade for a quest? No. How dare you? How dare you? Lolical would never do that. I'm glad Lolical got to make an appearance in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. And by that, I just mean me doing her voice. Bought some hamburger dill slices to make hamburger salads to use up some burger sauce you were given. Now you still have 3/4 of a jar. Well, I mean, I have a great idea on what you could do with that jar. Might do some food experimentation next week as well. Get a few recipes to try out. Send it to me? No. Send it to the trash. See, look, Kaylee's there trying to save the poor dino that you have locked behind the terrible pickles, but she can't. It's food wastage. Is it food wastage if what you're wasting isn't food? Huh? So if I toss out something that's inedible, like a pickle, you're saying that's food wastage, even though it's not food. It's very weird. It's very weird. I think something should need to be food before it can be a food wastage. I discovered some very weird fruit that I had not heard of before. Medlar, I think. Sorb also, but it's not as freaky as Medlar. I had never heard of it before. Apparently it is, it was common in medieval Europe. But why would you throw away perfectly good trade currency? But it's only perfectly good trade currency on one particular world that is not ours. Interesting choices. I'm not sure why they're using these angle plates. Unless they just want symmetry. I mean, I don't know what a WoW Mecha Gnome is, but there are auto gnomes in Spelljammer. Of course, they're clockwork. They're not cyborgs. And they do have a tendency to blow up. But I mean, that's perfectly normal for any gnome invention, really, because for every step forward, there has to be 2 steps back. And occasionally you find an auto gnome head in an odd place. I know, right? Well, they're probably not as, auto gnomes. Although I would wager that there is some cross-pollination there. All right, so we've got these clear half-cylinder pillars that do connect by Technic pins. It's kind of a shame that they don't make clear ones. Get this on the top and a black. There it is. 2x2 cylinder tile with hollow stud. And that goes right there. I actually really like auto gnomes. They're a lot of fun. For me as a dungeon master, I mean, not for players. So gray 1x1 cylinder plates here and here. There we go. No, 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 no. That's not what would happen. They're not Daleks. Those are Clockwork Horrors. So we got a transfluorescent green 1x1 cylinder plate there, which is an interesting choice. And we got these 2x2 quarter cylinder domes. Howdy, Shield of Hope. How's it going? Right. Oh no, Lord Canis. They are definitely more similar to those, but the Clockwork Horrors came out first, and there was either a Dragon Magazine article or a Polyhedron article that talked about some of the origins for some of the creatures, and that's where it claimed that they were based on the Daleks. E Monster Manual 2. Clockwork Horrors are in 3E? Huh. I mean, they're also tangentially Borg-like. And they did come out very close in time with the Borg. Although I think not close enough to, you know, for either of them to be influenced by the other. Especially since the Borg were pretty clearly set up in Star Trek. There's a brief mental image of the result of a Zixchil surgeon getting their hands on an Autognome head and shudders. Alright, so we have these, they are, I don't have a 2x2 cylinder, but it's a beige rock top piece. Actually, let's see. Yeah, it is cylindrical. So I don't know if it fits onto, like, a rock bottom piece. It might. Oops. Let's get this back on there. But it's a kind of a neat piece. There's some old 4x4 rock pieces and meteorite pieces that are kind of similar. Borg notably changed from their first appearance to later, where they want to assimilate people. The original ones just wanted their tech. I mean, I think when, like, the what was it, the end of Season 1 set up the Borg, I think the idea there, I mean, I don't think the idea was fully formed there. No. It's rock top. Can't be rock bottom, obviously, because it's a rock top. So we got a bee over here. Got another flower here. We've got a pair of frogs. One there. And one there. Yep, and another flower over there. The only idea you got from that episode was that the Federation was in way over their heads. Frogs that are actual frogs? Yeah. Okay, we use 7 of these. I don't know if this is what they originally were used for when they first came out, but this is neat. Using them as to hold plants. Normally they would use the flowers to do that. The bluegills were meant to be the original threat instead of the Borg, if you don't know what creature you're referring to. Yeah, that... But that wasn't even, like, the season finale, and I think there was an element of... I think someone wanted to get something past the censors kind of thing. You know, past, no, you can't actually do that on television sort of thing. Because that's a pretty gross special effect with the explosion at the end. And then they kind of reused that for the, yeah, the episode Conspiracy. In first season. was I going to say? They kind of reuse that concept for the changelings. Alright, so we have a whole bunch of plants. This one 2 studs away there. This one is right there. Next up, 2 studs away there. This one is 3 studs away from the frog. That one is on the corner there. This one is 3 studs away from that one. And this one is 3 studs away from that one. There we go. So we get a bunch of plants on the ground. They brought them back in Star Trek Online as an infiltrator, a means of control by the Iconians. Aren't the Iconians supposed to be extinct? Some escaped through their portal tech? Oh, I suppose that was set up, wasn't it? I forgot. One thing that I feel like is pretty important is that Star Trek and Star Wars need to be taken away from fans in terms of, like, the movies and television shows. You know? Because they're basically all just doing fan service at this point, as opposed to actually trying to tell a story. Trying to tell stories. Alright, so we got that. So that is easy to remove for setting this out as a separate diorama. I'm not sure exactly what's going to go on there. Like, it's just these things hanging down from the ceiling right now. Oh, wait, was he throwing pencils up into the ceiling? Into, like, the... Is that from that show? I forget. I did miss these two. Like, he had the popcorn ceiling things that you could throw a pencil and stick it in. Anyway. Spare parts. Dark green and all... No, that's not olive green. That's tan. 1x1 quarter cylinder tiles. I got 2 of these, so I missed one of these going somewhere. Yep, right there. So, olive green 1x1 cylinder tile. 1x1 cylinder plates in gray and trans neon green. Green 1x1 plate. A white 1x1 plate flower. Gray Technic pin. And bright orange 2L bar with stop. All right, bag number 9. Like, the thing that you need to make a good franchise show is that you basically need to tell standard stories. That the setting is the trappings around which it rests. Like a good example is the DS9 episode Duet, which is actually a play about, like, post-World War II. Like, that's the original form of it. Not sure who this guy is supposed to be. Go ahead and zoom in on him. He's got creepy eyes, and he also has normal eyes. Creepy eyes? Nice torso, though. Like, you take a normal story. You could take, like, a murder mystery, and it's just set in the, you know, set within the setting of Star Trek. You know, like, Wrath of Khan is a submarine movie that is just set in space. It's one of the reasons why it's so good. Alright, we're gonna make multiples of these, aren't we? No, just one. Alright. From everything I've heard about it, it's still pretty fan servicey and not understanding what the point of Star Trek is, just not missing the point as badly as others. But I haven't watched it, so. I love how the idea of his tactics display a lack of three-dimensional thinking, and their idea is to just, like, you know, zoop, zoop kind of thing. As opposed to, you know, go up and fire down or something like that. Change their heading entirely. You know, like you see at the end of, or near the end of, All Good Things, the series finale of TNG. Like, the thing that I think that modern Trek doesn't understand is that, one, Star Trek is supposed to be utopian, and also the characters are supposed to be working professionals. And you just need to tell normal stories. Like, they're trying to tell, like, Star Trek and Star Wars stories, not understanding that there aren't stories specific to that kind of thing. Right, the problem is that they're, well, and I don't know how much it's the writers. The writers do what the showrunners tell them kind of thing. You know, I mean, obviously, they'll, like, I think that's one of the advantages that Star Trek, the original Star Trek, and TNG had, is that, like, they had They took spec scripts and stuff like that, and I doubt that that the current Star Trek does. Real fast, I want to try. No, okay, so it is just saying this one. Like, you kind of need people who don't actually know anything about these franchises to be running them, as opposed to people who've always dreamed of writing these. And I don't even mean the writers, I mean the people actually running the thing. Like, it's one of the reasons why Andor is doing well, because it's really not a Star Wars story, it's just set in the Star Wars universe. You know? Problem is that, like, Strange New Worlds should feel like TOS, and from what I've seen, it does not. Alright, let's see. What is the... Okay, I think that's a problem. I mean, I'll admit that I haven't watched the new stuff. I don't have Paramount Plus. I'm mostly going by people who do watch the stuff, so... Alright, there we go. Kind of used to them doing, oops. Mostly like 3-layered rather than 4-layered with these. There we go. All right. So, here is our first tree. That is going right in there. Okay, now these next ones we are doing 2 of. One thing that'll kill the want to see anything, the people who hate up to a certain point and insist you start watching at that point. I mean, I think it's fair to say, like, you can skip certain things, either because they're bad or because they weren't quite up to par. Like, it's not necessarily hate. Like, the first season of Star Trek The Next Generation is not good. I mean, there's some okay episodes, but it's kind of a miracle it got renewed. You know? And if you want people to start to enjoy that, I mean, Next Generation has an advantage that you can say, here, look, if you want to see if you enjoy it, watch these 3 episodes. kind of thing. You know, you can do a sampler to get someone into it, see if they want it, and then you can be like, then if you really, you know, if you're really enjoying what you're seeing, go back and watch from the beginning with the knowledge that the beginning isn't good, because oftentimes, you know, like, you could be thinking of later seasons, you know, the middle of the series, and being like, man, it's so good, you should really watch it. And then someone's like, oh, all right, I'll go watch it, I'll start from the beginning, and they'll start watching the first few episodes and being like, this isn't so good, you know? Well, the fun thing about Next Generation is that with 7 seasons and 20-some episodes each season, it's pretty easy to pick a selection of episodes and suggest to someone to start with that sampler kind of thing. And you can customize that to things that the person likes. Like, that might be a little bit too slow for some people who want to get into the show, you know, first time kind of thing. It's not a bad thing, it's just, you know, the way things are sometimes. It just might be a little bit too slow for someone. You know, to not know who the character is that you're dealing with can lessen the impact. Like, in DS9, I think that the best episode is The Visitor, but I wouldn't tell someone to watch that first, because I think you need to get the relationship. You got to understand the relationship first before you can really, you know, get them, you know, get those characters in that situation. Yeah, I mean, and that's you know, that's one of the good things about Duet, is that, you know, it doesn't need that build up. Because even more so, like, The Visitor could be any old science fiction story. That's what's good about it. But it does need you to understand the characters a little bit. You could turn it into a movie and have a bit of build-up to the overall story of The Visitor kind of thing. You know, if it was if you were going to adapt it to a non-Star Trek format kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, Duet is it's basically a play and a movie that have been done about World War II. It doesn't really need anything in the way of additional context. We understand it if we know history, kind of thing, you know? But that's also what they need to bring back to Star Trek and Star Wars. The settings are the trapping, it's the dressing that you put on the story you're telling, and the story itself needs to stand alone. You can't, like, there really aren't quintessential Star Wars, Star Trek stories kind of thing. Okay, 2 more. Like a story that you can't tell in any other setting kind of thing. Or I suppose there are, but, you know, those are the original movies. But you don't need to go back to that every time. In fact, if you do, it's just going to get kind of boring. And that's really what the problem is with both these franchises right now. Actually, I mean, you could add in even Marvel to the list. Okay, there we go. Now we get the cones on there. 6L bars with stops. I will say, I do prefer the classic trees. These are not that much fun to build, I'll be honest. No, stop it! Don't do it! Don't do it, Lord Canis. I mean, I think that's why people are excited about the Spider-Man movie that came out, as opposed to there isn't that much, you know, like hype for the big Avengers Doctor Doom movie later this year kind of thing. It's just like the Spider-Man movie feels fresher. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know, but it's what I suspect. Like some of the best Marvel stuff, I think, is the Netflix TV series, especially Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, because the superhero stuff is essentially like the trappings of normal stories. And that's what you need. Right, there we go. Now, we get the toppers. Like, honestly, Kara Tour doesn't need any more unique Kara Tour stuff. It needs more connections with the wider Forgotten Realms. That's kind of where it suffers right now. And more fantasy that gets away from just kind of a straight historical fantasy rehash. Alright. So, spare parts. We got a dark green 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud and a black pneumatic T as extra parts. And these trees go here and here. There we go. Interesting that the shorter one is back there. They won't touch Karator or Zakar or Oriental Adventures, you bet? I have no idea. The thing is like, they kind of have to at some point, otherwise they risk losing their, the IP. Al-Qadim is probably the easiest one for them to touch, because that was done in a much better way. It is the I believe it's the newest of those three. They didn't admit that. There is some, I mean, they've talked about sensitivity readers, but that doesn't mean that things are actually going to be stripped out. The thing about, like, where we are right now with Dark Sun is that... Am I making 2 of these? I am making 2 of these. All right. We don't know. It hasn't been published yet. We're trying to divine what they're going to do. Weird. Wonder why the music... clipped there. I didn't drop any frames, so it doesn't look like I had a, just a computer hiccup. I mean, like, if you look at the artwork clearly shows slavery, for example. Now, it also has a lot of metal, so... and artwork has not always been true to the game, going back all the way to the beginning. Like, sometimes artists just draw what they want, you know, paint what they want, as opposed to try to stick with a, you know, some specifics. Get things to follow a you know, have a unified appearance and everything like that. So, we don't know. Maybe they will be making big changes. Maybe it won't be as harsh as the original. But maybe it will. That's the thing, is that we can't know yet. Because it's not out. And I've just seen speculation lead to arguments. Because it's impossible to prove one way or the other until it is actually released. I'm curious what they will do. I mean, like, will they realize some of the mistakes they made with Spelljammer? They already show a tendency to try to make everything generic, yes, but, like, especially with Dark Sun, the level of criticism they will get for doing that, I think might be off the charts. It's not just the Spelljammer book, though. I mean, it is a general tendency. But yeah, that is part of it. That is a big part of it. So, but, like, they have to know that that's, you know, that everyone is, you know, that a lot of people are primed for that, that to happen again. I mean, I don't think it'll be as good as the original. That's my personal opinion. I have no idea whether they will have learned lessons from the Spelljammer product. But I also don't have any skin in the game. Well, but they don't have to make things work outside the setting. They can say, this is for the setting only. It's a choice to do that. That's the thing. I mean, do I think they will? Yeah, I think they probably will. But again, like, all I can say is probably. All anyone can say, really, is probably. With any kind of confidence. And it's possible they won't. It's okay to have things fit in a setting and only that setting. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I see a lot of people talking about making a Defiler class and a Preserver class. And my opinion is that those should be, like, because they have the feats in the system, or whatever it is, traits or whatever they're calling it, I don't know. The point is like, those should be things that you have to take. You have to pick one or the other if you are casting wizard spells. Then it doesn't matter if you're a sorcerer, it doesn't matter if you're a standard wizard, it doesn't, you know, none of that matters. You get that anyway. Maybe they'll do that. Maybe they won't. I don't know. They want to cater to that loud minority who want to play their favorite what's-it in every campaign. I mean, there is some of that, but I don't think it's a catering thing. I mean, some of it is really just a different design philosophy. But do I think that they have a, you know, I mean, I think that there is a good chance that they will be making these, you know, making the stuff work for any setting kind of thing. Which I think is bad, but, you know, I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, I have no skin in the game, but I also recognize that, you know, these are people, they have the ability to change and adjust based on feedback they've gotten. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, I don't know. I'm not buying it no matter what. I'm basically a dispassionate observer. Because even if I was going to play Dark Sun, I would go play 2nd edition. Specifically not the revised 2nd edition. Because lest anyone think that I am a 2E cheerleader only, which I have been accused of, there is some garbage in 2E. That revised psionic system, utter garbage. Utter garbage. It's very, very bad. The standard psionic system is better. Bard's Handbook comes to mind. There's a lot of good in that, though. Like, honestly, the Blade Bard is really the only thing... Well, the Blade Bard and the fact that it stupidly says that you can have a Bard Thief multiclass, those are really the only really bad things in that book, from what I recall. Alright, spare parts. Bright green pneumatic tee and green 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud. I do mean the Psionics Handbook. That is the standard psionic system in 2nd edition. Howdy, Red Hyena. How's it going? Yeah, the Dark Sun SSI games are on my list of I should play these eventually. Where is it revised? Player's option spells and powers. Skills and powers. Also, like, that's what the revised Dark Sun campaign setting uses. It's garbage. Starts shaking alt again to reshuffle the list. That's how you get Wizardry 1. So, one thing that needs to be recalled about some of the stuff going on with AD&D at the time is that Lorraine Williams, and I'm saying this not as a hater, I'm not a fan of people who just talk about the people out of sheer hate. But Lorraine Williams and management at the time did not think it was a productive use of time to playtest. So, like, if you are looking at a maybe even late 1st edition, I don't know, through 2nd edition product, and you're like, this feels unbalanced, it feels like it wasn't play tested, etc., it's basically because it wasn't. And I suspect that's one of the problems with the revised psionic system. And yeah, playtesting is important, extremely important. There's lots of ways to playtest. The volume of products was a problem, but I don't think it was a problem from a writing side. It was a problem for market segmentation. And even that, I'm not so sure was that big of a deal, because Wizards of the Coast put out a lot of products for late 2nd edition and 3rd edition. Now, maybe they needed longer time from initiating a product to release. You can still have the exact same number of products coming out in the end. I don't know. I mean, I'm not, I didn't work there. I'm mostly just going by, stuff I've seen and some, admittedly, gut instinct. But there's no real evidence that the amount of products was that big of an issue. Right, but there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, Wizards of the Coast does that today. Like, that Spelljammer, the 3E Spelljammer didn't get more stuff, not because it did poorly, but because it was never intended to have more stuff. Now, on the other hand, TSR specifically did look at sales and extend product lines based on how well they did. Spelljammer was intended to be basically a one and done. And it got 4 years, really. 90, 91, 92, 93. And they had products planned for 94, but, you know, again, they canceled them because it wasn't, they decided it wasn't hitting expectations anymore. Now, there definitely were other problems going on with how they had access to and used that information and stuff like that. Random House, their publisher, was trying really hard to keep a lot of information from them. Random, like, one of the reasons why why they sold to Wizards of the Coast was to avoid Random House buying them. I think I hear an animal in my ceiling. Not happy about it. Alright, so we have the three-way piece here. We got 3L axles in yellow. I mean, it's pretty standard. It's kind of standard stuff. So we have the gold one rings in there. Kind of surprised that they don't make a non-metallic coated version of these. There we go. And that goes right here. I mean, the big problem that TSR really had was just not having enough actual data to look at and understand how their products were selling. And they also made some pretty stupid decisions, too, about other things. For example, when they did Dragon Dice, the first set sold out, and the manufacturer of the dice said that they would only give them a discount if they ordered 1 million sets. And so they did. Eventually, Wizards of the Coast sold Dragon Dice to a third party, and part of that sale included unsold sets of Dragon Dice. Yeah, so they made like a first initial run of like 35,000, and it sold out at Gen Con. Sold out at Gen Con. So they were expecting it to do really well. And to be fair, you know, it probably sold pretty well initially after that, but they bought so much of it that it just sat there in the warehouses and stuff. And like the Al-Qadim stuff didn't sell as well as Dark Sun, but because the overhead on the Dark Sun sets was so much lower, the Al-Qadim products were actually more profitable. And they only found that out like a couple years into both product lines. If you know early Dark Sun stuff, there was all kinds of like 3-ring binders or spiral notebook things, card stock stuff, and things like that, so. It does, but that's around the time that they declared bankruptcy, so. Like, it is... That's why, like, people talk about the number of things published and everything like that. And it wasn't... And I don't think it was. I really don't think it was the number published. I think it was what went into the product in terms of, like, especially the box sets with the Dark Sun stuff, with the 3-ring, or the spiral notebooks and everything like that. The more they went away from just books and cardstock and poster maps in a box set, the more they, I think they, they really cut down on the profitability, and they didn't look into that. And also that incredibly gigantic order of Dragon Dice. All right, so spare parts. We got 2 gold 1 rings and a black 1x1 plate tile slip. Now for our final bag. I mean, the Buck Rogers thing was more of self-dealing. Because the people who owned TSR after they kicked Gary out, and it's not like Gary was a good manager. I mean, one of the reasons they kicked him out was because he was off in California, basically, like, trying to be a Hollywood guy. But the people who owned TSR after that, they had an interest in... They were making money off of Buck Rogers. Here, 1x2s with clips. I mean, there's a lot of ways that I think TSR could have remained profitable and remained intact. Basically. I don't know about handsomely. I mean, I have no information on how much was paid. It could be completely reasonable amounts. It's still self-dealing. There we go. Like, even if they paid going market rate and stuff like that, it's still self-dealing. Okay, the ends of each of these is a 1x2 with bar. A lot of wedge plates in here, I like that. Where's the other? There it is. One by twos with center clips. And then... So this is rigid plastic here, up until about halfway down, and then it is soft plastic. And we get the slightly curved peak slope, which... Like, I'm pretty sure this matches the standard peak slope. This is a little bit higher, and it's got this curve to it on the end. Go ahead and zoom in on that. This is the piece that was used as the mouthpiece for Optimus. So you can see it's a little bit like a fraction of a plate, a little bit higher there, and there's a little bit of a curve right there. So it's an odd piece in terms of geometry. Get that on there, get that on there, get that on there. And on the end, we got the short cone, 1x1 dome, and a 1x1 cylinder tile with underclip. These pieces would be great for miniature starfighters. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like there's a whole lot of like microfig work with pieces like this. Okay, so we've got 3 of them, and these clip on there. And we're not. We've got click hinges here. But we're not actually using the click hinge as a hinge. It's only being used to get the, to basically center this piece. So there we go. Whee! Alright. Yep, that's good. Get that on there. Okay, and then 3 of these. Anyway, I hope for Dark Sun fans that the upcoming Dark Sun release will be what they want for 5e. Because I don't have any interest in 5e, but... doesn't bother me if people get what they want. Looks like a dangerous ride at a school playground. It does, kind of, yeah. Not being round would definitely make it take someone's legs off, that's for sure. The best kind, exactly. You hated the monkey bars? We had a really tall slide near my house when I was a kid, and they eventually took it out because, you know, unsafe. And I get it, but still, it was so much fun. How am I enjoying this X-Files set? The only thing that I haven't liked is building the trees. Otherwise, it's a good set. I mean, I'm not a big X-Files person. I have a friend who is, and they did get the set. They're very excited about it. But, I just like it for being Lego, you know? They had a large metal slide at a playground across the street from you growing up. Rather toasty in summer. Yeah. They did get hot. They did get hot. We had a giant plastic Saturn near me as well. Like, think of like a wiffle ball, but with a ring around it, and it's a slide, and it's at an angle. So, like, you can get up to the top, slide down to the bottom. It was all plastic, and it wasn't taken out because it was unsafe, I don't think. I mean, I suppose the giant wiffle ball interior might have been considered unsafe. But I loved that. You know, being a little nerd in training, so to speak. There was a giant rocket, like it was like a 3-story rocket. You could climb up inside. The outside is just, you know, steel bars. I loved that as a kid. That was farther away, so I didn't get to go to it very often. I mean, the interesting thing about the big slide near my house was that the structure itself was wood, which probably did have some problems with splinters. Okay, and then on the underside we get a gear, and I think that is just for spacer purposes. I actually would rather it not be quite so wobbly and not spin. Then we have our gray, and I think this is a new mold for the alien. But it's great to have another gray. I mean, I've got a few, like, there's one of the minifig sets that, I don't think it's one of the ones that we're opening right now, but one of the ones that I have to open has a gray in it. And of course we had recently the vacationing gray. Yeah, sectoid, exactly. Also, a little hole on top. Let's see if I can find something. There we go. There we go. When he's really angry, just flames come right out of his head. Or, you know, if I can, let's see. Hold on. Do we have a solid color one? I should, because I haven't emptied the... I haven't emptied this out in a while. It's pretty full of stuff. Just gotta find the right piece. A lot of pieces in here. I'm looking for one of two things, one of which I'm... Actually, three things now that I think about it. Two of which I know are in here. I just have to find it. I will find it eventually. I'm not going to dump it out, though. That would be a mess. I suppose only one of them that I know is in here, now that I think about it. There's so many, though, so many parts, though, that it's really hard to actually pick out an individual piece, especially considering that these are all small pieces. Oh, well, alright. I got some other things to try. I didn't know those were in there. Definitely put those on them, though. That'll be fun. And Iagra bringing us a raid. Let me get you a shout-out. I'm looking through here for some parts. What were you up to tonight? We are just about done. We got some minifigs to do, and I do have some other stuff to show off. And then we will be wrapping things up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Alright. I'm just going to spend a second looking for the part. If I don't find it in a second, I will give up. Okay, I'm not seeing it. There was another part that I wanted to use, but all right. So we got, you could have a flame. The captain sectoid, he's got a feather. That's how you know he's a captain. Then there's the lady sectoids. That's how you know that they're the lady sectoids. And then sometimes they just like to go out with their shades, put the shades up. I love that it has this little hole. Like, it's great. This might be the ET head. I wonder. I don't know. I haven't seen the... I think there's an ET minifig in the ET set, but I'm not sure. Anyway, the spare part is a trans black 1x1 dome. So that's nice to get. Pretty sure the sectoids were asexual, made by cloning. That's just what they want you to think. So that you don't go after their super, super sexy ladies. Like, look at how sexy. Look at how sexy they are. That's their blowhole. Alright, let's zoom back on out. Randomly raining into a naked alien minifig. Great timing on your part. Yeah. Alright, so he goes there. Let's see. That's going to fall off if I do that, isn't it? Well, there it is. Mulder's office. The alien. Let's go ahead and take this off for a second. Start putting our minifigs around. Oh, that's what those are, so you can have them popping out. They're out looking in the woods. When the alien comes... There we go. And then Skinner is in the office, wondering where the heck everyone is. An isosceles triangle starship, where have you seen that before? I don't know, I've been trying to think of that myself. I mean, it might be, X-Files. But probably other things as well. I do like, because, so, it's spinning because it has the boat studs, and it has an axle coming down. But it's great. I love it. And it kind of looks like it's rotating around a center point. That's moving really well, actually. I like it. Anyway. It's pretty cool. All right. So there's a couple things to do before we wrap up for tonight. First of all, we've got some minifigs to do. I did not find the art book that I said that last week that I said I was going to look for. I did not find it, so it's probably in a box. Oh, actually, there we go. Series 6 is gray. Maybe we'll get that tonight. That would be perfect. Would it be perfect? I didn't think it was in this set. All right, but Series 7 to start with. Yeah, Anam. Itaka Izabushi's Lotus War art book. I actually have 2 copies. They're probably both in a box somewhere. All right, 4. So we're going down the middle. D12, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right, let's start a prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig box? Get your predictions in. Get my timer all ready. I think I need a new phone because it's really, really not wanting to connect to my chargers these days. I mean, sure, you could look at it that way. Bonus with purchase, Lego fidget spinner, exactly. Alright, let's roll our die to see which one we got. 10! Alright, so that is Tarzan. I'm actually not sure if there are any Tarzans left, but there might be. So, let's see. 6 for Nadaroge Eye, that would be the Bagpiper. 17 reroll to 11 for Seelan, that would be the Hippie. 2 for Bahamut, that would be the Eagle Warrior. The Leonin X-Files agent. Looking to see if any of the small-eyed pink skins have shown up. Alright, get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? About 30 seconds remaining. But I do have 2 things to show off. And they're probably things that are not on archive.org. One of them is going to be related to what I showed off last week. Alright, get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? And just a few seconds remaining. Alright. Timer's all ready. And time's up. Alright. And go. Alright, there's legs. This feels like a head. It's a torso. This is I think hair. What kind of hair is like that? Oh, alright. 24.34. I believe we have the punk rocker. Or the 80s rocker, or whatever it is. Pink-haired rocker. The hair threw me off, because I forget that this hair has a long tail on it. Long in the back. Some big 80s hair, and that is correct. All right. So, 24 seconds. Let's choose the outcome. That is 20 to 50 seconds. Complete that prediction. Who's getting all the hams? All right, Lord Canis and Niagara getting all the hams. Very nice. Bahamut and Red Hyena going for within 20 seconds. No one going for 50 to 60. And Sealand going for no. Yay hams, indeed. She's ready to join Gem and the Holograms here. Let's go ahead and zoom in on her. It's a lady because of lipstick and eyelashes. And eyeshadow. Very big hair. There's the torso. Also, thin waist. Alright. So let's go ahead and mark her down. That is number 15. We are still looking for the Bride, Neptune, and the Viking. We haven't gotten any of those three. All right. Next up, I'm hoping for the gray, so we can do a comparison. I think that would be great. Probably won't happen, but we'll see. All right. Let's turn that so it's better with the lid. 1, so that's over there. D20. 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right. Let's go ahead and start our prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig pack? And I will go ahead and move the other box back there as well. And what does my die say? 13. All right. So it is saying the pink classic space-esque space lady. Ready and willing to fight the sectoid. So we got 6 for Bahamut. That would be the flamenco lady. 1 for Shield of Hope would be the gray. Sealand rolled a 2 this time. That would be the Celtic warrior. A Leonin talk show host. That is neither Shar nor Sharasoon. Very different. I would love a minifig of Sharasoon. That would be awesome. Did I miss your guess? Oh, 16. That would be the genie. The gray would be awesome for this. Yeah. I want the gray this time. That would be fantastic. I'd be very, very happy if I got that. It would definitely be perfect. I will definitely keep this guy around, and I need to double check to see if that's the ET head. You put all of your dice in a snackle box? I don't know what a snackle box is. Is that like a tackle box for snacks? Gonna snooze the ads once. Alright, and predictions are closed. All right. So let's see. Will we get the sectoid? Let's find out now. That's a head. Doesn't help me. This is... okay. 16.05. It is not the sectoid. It is the bandit. All of your dice live in cloth bags when not in use? Most of my dice do. Well, okay. Half my dice do. The other half I keep out for ease of access. And then I just pour the other ones out when I'm doing the Spelljammer game. All right, it is indeed the Bandito. All right, so that was within 20 seconds. That was 16.05. Choose the outcome within 20 seconds. Complete that prediction. And who's getting the hams? Red Hyena, Bahamut, and Kinshir getting all the hams. Lord Canis and Niagara going for 20 to 50. Shield of Hope going for 50 to 60. And Seal and Mortar going for no. The key is to keep betting more, knowing Ald will eventually get it. I suppose that's fair. There we go. Nope. And we got black pistols. All right, I'm going to zoom in just a second. Let me just mark this down. There we go. All right. So this is a pretty good Bandito figure. Great for the Wild West sets. He's got a double bandolier, back printing, dark red handkerchief, the Indiana Jones hat, and black pistols, which I don't think I've gotten too many of. He's also got a belt. An extra belt, really? And there's his unshaven face. Good villainy face as well. All right. Love that kerchief. That would be great for a Wild West setting. That's where they came from. See, like this way, they're bandits. This way, it's just a little kerchief around the neck for the Union soldiers. All right. We didn't get the sectoid, unfortunately. Hopefully we will get him soon. But that leaves our final series. Series 29. Okay. We only need one before we move on to the bottom register of this. 3. So over here, I'm going to roll a d6 again. 6, I need to re-roll that d6. 3. 1, 2, 3. My dice really love rolling for that side, don't they? At least they're getting all the low rolls out now. Alright, let's start the prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig box? We'll get our D12 already. So I will shake it and make a guess. I will roll a die, and then we will weigh it. And I need to get onto the weights. There we go. Alright, so let's see. Nadarogea 1, that would be the Robo-Tyrannosaurus. 8 for Seelan, that would be the tuba player. 5 for Shield of Hope, that would be the Boba Girl. 6 for Bahamut, that would be the Slime Monster. Iugra rolled a 4, that would be the Monster Hunter, aka the Steampunk Lady. So get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig pack? Let's go ahead and get my scanner up. A Leonin eater of snacks and drinker of drinks. Isn't that everyone? Okay. So get your predictions in. We have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So once we get a sixth one from the top register, we will move on to the bottom register and just slowly fill it in with the excess from the top. Yes, but in Leonin form. But isn't that all Leonins? So get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig box? And what will it be? Alright, just a few seconds remaining. Well, Shield of Hope, it's never too late to catch up, especially on gargoyles. And predictions are closed. Alright, let's see. What do we got? I am not hearing too many pieces, so I think it's actually the tuba player. That's going to be my guess. Let's go ahead and roll the die. 7. So the die is saying the chocolatier. Maybe a haunted chocolatier. Yeah, Gargoyles is Disney. 17.67. So probably not the tuba player. 17.6. We do not have anything close. So I'm going to say that that is Lloyd. Number 11. Because I'm not seeing anything closer. He is 17.53. We got a bunch. We got 17.27, 17.24, 17.14, 17.2. But then nothing else until 18.71, 18.59, 18.2. So those are all a little far away. No, Gargoyles is Disney. All right. So that I'm going to say that that is Lloyd. Let's scan it. The Mysterious Ronin. That is, in fact, the Mysterious Ronin. Let's open it up to verify. That is, in fact, the Mysterious Ronin. Let's choose the outcome. That is yes with wait. Complete that prediction. Who's getting all the hams? Lord Canis getting all the hams. Very nice. Kinshir, Red Hyena, and Seal and Mortar going for yes with guess. Shield of Hope going for yes with die roll. And Bahamut going for no. If only it was Lloyd Alexander, the writer of the Pride and Chronicles. If only. But no, it is Lloyd from Ninjago. And he's a mysterious Ronin, not a mysterious ninja. And we got extra shurikens. There we go. All ready to throw one. Go ahead and zoom in on him. But we did get him pretty recently, so... Alright, so that is 2 of him. Alright, so before I wrap things up, I do have 2 quick things to show off that I did find in looking for the Anam art book that I did not find. Let's go ahead and put you up here. Actually, nope. Never mind, I'll get it later. Alright, so the first thing Related to what we looked at last week. So, Nobutari Yuki Illustration Book Seiken Densetsu 3. This is hardbound. There is no UPC code. Because this is actually a doujin. Published under his Man in the High Castle circle. It's a lovely hardbound art book. This is hard to find. I really lucked out by getting this. And it has Seiken Densetsu 3 artwork. Duran, Kevin, Hawkeye, Angela, Charlotte, Reese. So this is what he worked on before he worked on Chrono Cross. It's one of the reasons, you know, he had a relationship with Square at the time. We get the various, you know, some of the other classes. There's Kevin. Two of the other classes. Light and Dark Path. There's Hawkeye. We saw some of this artwork in the other booklet. The other book. There's Angela. And I think this artwork is used in the game for their classes, but I'm not sure if it's directly used or what. There's Charlotte. And I do need to play this game at some point. And then Reese. There's her two classes there. The Others character. I love it. The Others character. And these are mostly villains, I believe. Again, I have not played the game yet, so... Well, okay. Not a villain here. That's a turtle that you get to ride around on. And of course, Flamey. Adorable Flamey artwork. And there are the spirits. And then we have rough sketches. Which is very cool to see. So this is one of the art books that I was I'm very happy to have. Like if I were to put a, you know, like if I had to just select like 5 art books to keep, I would definitely keep this one. And some little comics. Love the sketches part of the book. Yeah, it's great. So, very, very nice book. I don't remember how much I paid for it. It was probably a lot. But it's very, very, very good. The other thing isn't exactly an art book. It is another thing that I am very pleased to have. It is a calendar for the year 2000 by Kunihiko Tanaka. Just a small desk calendar. Obviously, I got this long after the year 2000. But it is super duper adorable. So not very big, but just really, really adorable. I would probably keep this too. Like if I could only keep a handful of art-related things, I would probably keep this too. It is one of my favorites because it's just so adorable. But that is going to be where we wrap things up for tonight. Let's see if there is anyone on that I'm following. Not really. All right. Well, with that, we are going to call it a stream. I want to thank you guys for coming on out. We will be back tomorrow for some more Spelljammer. We'll be back on Monday for some... we'll be starting a new game, and I will tell you guys, I've already mentioned it on the Discord, we will be starting the few years ago now, but recent release of Tactics Ogre. Let Us Cling Together. So I'm really looking forward to it. I don't like the engine as much in that one as the original, but I'm really looking forward to the artwork. I have an art book for that game, too. I thought about bringing that one down, but maybe next week. Wednesday, probably back to playing Cure again, but if not, if people can't make it, so far as I know, people can make it, but if people can't make it, then I'll do a Lego building stream, but expect Cure. And that usually starts at 8:30, give or take, rather than 7 for the Lego stream. And then Friday, we'll be back to building some more Lego. I want to thank you guys for coming on out, and I shall see you next time. See you then, everyone.